And hello everyone, welcome to another Let's Play. This is Myrokos, and today we will be continuing the MSQ progression for 6.1, starting with the 6.1 MSQ. If you like what you see at any point, please like, share, and subscribe on YouTube. Give me a follow on Twitch. Hit the notification bells. It's a small thing from you, but it helps the channels out tremendously. But beforehand, I heard that through the grapevine, I heard that there are, and also I think I saw this earlier, you can talk to some of the NPCs if you know where to look. I must say, it's nice, oh, Jika knows I've been here. I literally just woke up in my room. Yeah. It's nice that they have these moments. If I remember correctly, let's see, the twins said they were going to Garlemald. So... Tertium? Oh, there they are. Oh, and Euless. Yeah, you didn't send me any letters in all this time. I asked you to send me letters, but you didn't. Let's see, I don't know where Thancred and Urianger were. They said that they would be, you know, traveling around. Let's see, that's Graha, Tia, Grahatia I already spoke of. Estinian should be in Radzatan, I think. The question is where he likes, you know, when in doubt, go to the Mehan. Of course, it's nighttime out. Oh, there he is. His usual seat, I suppose. I wish I knew where Urianger and Thancred were. We know Tataru's going to be in the Rising Stones. Ishtola mentioned she was going to Dravania. So Idilshire. Let's see, did I? Yeah, I had turned that on, so let's turn that off. At least for the most part, even though it's nighttime, it's a nice clear... I like the clear skies in this game. I'm not certain why. It's just... It's nice to look up at the stars, although we do have a little bit of cirrus on the horizon. Still, not bad. Midnight dew standing out there. Interesting. Out of curiosity, with regards to... I know there's a Gray Fox long stop hard mode. I don't know if I've done it on this character. I do have another one that I've done it on. Oh, I don't think I unlocked hard mode for that. But whatever. Yep, there's a stall. She did say she was coming back here. Let's say, again, if I knew where Thancred and Urianche were, I'd speak with them. Yeah, and then we have Gridania, Limsa Lamensa. I think some of them are there. I wonder where Riol went. Let's see, as we check the Ash Castle, I could finally saw some of the scions in there, or in the Drowning Wench. Nope. Well, they're trying to go to Airthont, which they said the northern empty, and so yeah, that's this land up here. Yeah, Elian, Isildur, I recall saying Kugane. So they don't seem to move, from what I heard, as you progress the MSQ still. Look, there's... Here they are. I'm not saying about Artillery, but presumably if I were to resume the Shadowbringer's Relic stuff, the Bozia questline, that would clear things up. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, let's see, apparently Ethemy went to Garlemald? I didn't see her in Tertium, perhaps she's in Camp Birkenglass. Oh, yep, there's Ethemy. That's nice. Let's see, Vlamatia is in Rogger's Reach. Flamine is at her usual haunt in Mordana. Yep, and Jamaldwa. that he did. Yeah, I'd like to see his progression. And of course, I've seen Ocker, Boulder, well, I think I've seen Ocker, Boulder, in Gridania. I doubt most of these ancillary characters have changed in dialogue. I know that there are some who, do have changes in dialogue and position, so before I start the MSQ, I thought I'd check in with as many people as I could. Yeah, there's Soccer Boulder and Enor. Standing in front of the Leather Workers Guild. Okay, And then Clemens apparently went to Ishgard. Apparently she decided to come here to become an astrologian. Yep, Clemens! Well, that's unfortunate. Understandable, but unfortunate. Let's see, I wonder if I go back, because Cory Boulder and Colton wanted to go to Corvos. I think they were looking for both. And Slim Elements is the main port. I wonder... I wonder where they went. I'd swear I haven't seen them in Hawker's Alley. Nope. Well, they're bound to be around here somewhere. They're looking for a boat to Corvus, so they're probably somewhere in Linsa Laminsa. In any event, time to go to Mordona. Oh, her dialogue has changed since I did the Emelian's quest line, or the Emelian's custom deliveries. Before that, her dialogue. I know that these are still some level. In any event, let's get the ball on the let's get going. Yeah, I miss having everyone here. In any event, newfound adventure. Tataru is putting on a pot of tea and looks in need of company. Myrokos, how lovely to see you. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? Sure. Take a seat then, I'll find us something to nibble on as well. Oh, that's nice of Tataru, giving us tea. Oh, this is a little more than a bite to eat.
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around.
Voice acting.
Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand. I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it. What about you? Any plans for the immediate future?
Well, there are a few things I could do. A grand new adventure, of course. I'm mulling it over. Yeah. I mean, I could...
Traveling to the edge of existence and back wasn't enough? Well, if that's the case, I might have a suggestion for you.
Oh?
You fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again and travel the world in search of wonder.
Well, I do have the raid to get back to. I kind of need to get back to that. You're right. Who knows what mysteries mysteries are still waiting to be discovered? That's a great idea, but where to start?
spirit? I can feel from here the blazing fire that just lit in your belly. Now, all you need is a destination. If you're having trouble deciding, just leave it to me.
Oh?
Thavner, that's where you should go next. I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzat the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Vritra would be pleased to see you. Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty?
Ooh. That's a way to plant an Easter egg.
As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world. In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress. Shouldn't take much longer now though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
I'm gonna hold you to that. You're the best Satara, make sure it has pockets. Yeah, I always am flirting with running out of room for stuff.
Stitch in here and trim in there. Knot the threads with love and care. Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement. I'm one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims. Don't worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across.
Yeah, I do have a terrible problem with my inventory. I try my best.
Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
Ooh, what's this?
And thus I am returned.
Ooh, very good. Very good.
you're awake. My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing. You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga?
Porque no lo
Either way, I
estás.
promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
Diamond Forge. The last time I was with at Diamond speaking to Diamond Forge was when I was doing the Exile Beast Tribe. I was speaking to Diamond Forge at Diamond Forge. Behold, as the master refines a piece into a masterpiece, and no napping this time. I only need a moment, you'll see. A little more room in the shoulders, open up the cuffs, a final adjustment to the hem. All done. Let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Well, that's not my hairstyle at all, but okay. Well, what do you think? Doesn't it just scream ready for a bold new adventure? Well done. I'm so glad you approve. You've outdone yourself, Tataru. Thank you. What do I owe you? Give thanks. Oh, stop. You'll make me blush. If you really want to thank me, though, all I ask is that you wear this on your travels. Or at least anywhere lots of adventurers may gather. They'll look at you, a famous hero, and wonder wherever did he purchase those stylish yet practical garments. And before you know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place orders at Taru's boutique. As if my being co-opted into Tataru's schemes with the island sanctuary wasn't enough. I can hear it now, the merry clink of gil overflowing from my coffers. Sweet music to my ears. Ah, yes. Interesting how there are no pants, but okay. Burgeoning merchant empires aside, you must be excited to start a fresh chapter of your life. New places to go, new people to meet. I often wonder how you remember all your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Well, I do have the unending journey. Sadly, it doesn't record absolutely everything, but it's there. Oh, maybe you should start just doing just that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant, or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the past decade. Ooh, if you were playing from the start, that decade part is, more relevant. I, of course, haven't been playing that long. Something to keep in mind in any case. Ooh, okay. So we have an all thing, so we can read all of... That's a condense lore collection. Okay, it's under D's collection in the main menu. New entries for prominent terms and characters will be added to the codex in your as you progress through the main scenario quests. Bountiful Ruins. Totaro has some advice to share with you. As the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best place to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Thavnir, I suggest you explore your options at Merides Mehan, the finest drinking establishment in Radzatan. Charm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of the local tale tellers, but also share with you the tricks for loosening their tongues. Now, I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, Myrokos, and may fair fortune find you. And with that, let me just let me set up my glamour. That way I free up some of my inventory. Lots and lots of housekeeping stuff. Let's see, I think there was a necklace if I remember correctly. Nothing for legs. Yeah, necklace. So let's let's see, which one do I've got this blank one here, might as well. Yeah, we got that blank one there, but I could just as easily. Let's see, where? Good heavens, where do we go? I've got so many glam items. One, two, three, four, and now, there it is. Hmm. Let me just do a check of... Yeah, that's kind of what I was afraid of. Hmm. Well, do I not have... Hmm. Yeah, I don't think... Let me see, do I have... It's Jandaline's thing, tokens for that. Let me just do a check. Yep. I could have sworn I had those. Since I know I can get, I can't believe I never used those. But if I need a quick go between, let's see, I think I've got everything else from here. Well, if it turns out I already had this, then I need to sort through my lamb dresser and organize things, but... Not bad. Let me just update my portrait accordingly. Yeah, not bad at all. Okay, now off to Thafnir. If I recall, I saw, yeah, should recall correctly, we saw Estinian, Myrokos Mehan. Nearly capped out on my comedies this week. I know I've got a mixture of lunar gear set and the more up-to-date one. It's a cloudy day in Thafnir. still not bad. Oh, Estinian's gone. Maybe he got summoned to see what that business was about. Welcome to Meridi's Mehan. Oh, hello. I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. Ruins beneath the bounty? Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, a historian in fact, who could tell you all about it. Ah, there he is, Professor Jalheen. I thought I saw him come in. Although a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mehan's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from our selection and he should be happy to share everything he knows about the vault you seek and a few otter bits besides. Whatever you buy for him is on the house, by the way. If Meride found out I took coin from Thavnir's savior, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week. Oh, that's kind of them. Keep your purse strings tight, friend. We will cover whatever you purchase for the professor or yourself. Okay? Yes. The following events cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. I am currently not registered, or I don't have anything selected. So why not start? And what might I do for you, my Eorzean friend? I want to ask you about the sunken vault in the bounty. Oh, just a friendly chat. How about a drink? Apparently, if I loosen his tongue, he'll tell me about it, but you know, sometimes being direct, usually the top on me is the most. And where did you hear such a thing? I suppose I could tell you about it, except the tale is rather long and my throat is so very dry. Here we go, one of Merida's finest. Enjoy. Ah, lovely. Bottoms up. Jalheen empties the cup in a single pull. Wow. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Al-Zadal? He was Khan of the Ari tribe, which sailed to Thavnir from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Radzatan. His decision to aid the Arkasodara is what ultimately won them the war against the Gajasura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Al-Zadal III, who was known for his deeds as satrap in Radzatan's earlier days. Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches. Others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Possibly the latter. At a guess. Then there is the tale of the sunken vault. The one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, El-Zadal III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Radz-at-Han, folk would remember that that tale of hidden treasure. Hardy souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. Now, why does that scream somewhere I want to go? Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle in oh, my cup appears to be empty. Another round for the professor. I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. Another for the professor. Oh, today was a splendid day to visit the Mahan. Jahil gulps down the newest drink with gusto. Where were we? Yes, those who did return from seeking the treasure vault flatly refused to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend, and the golden lure grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Azuma was saying. Azuma is a fellow connoisseur of spirituous potables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been seen since he set sail, I hear, but he did have, no, I can say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my words sent you to your death, I could never live with myself. I'm no stranger to peril. I think I've heard enough. I'm no stranger to peril. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale then. What manner of dangers have you faced? The very edge of existence. From anyone else, I'd struggle to believe it, but I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink, another drink to settle my nerves, Milil. More of the same, if you please. As you wish, but this one is on your coin, Professor. Jalil drains yet another cup dry. Oh dear. He is quite down in his cups. Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. This friend of Azama's, he was desperate to buy a treasure map, one which showed the way to the entrance of the vault. Seems he could only get it from some merchant. What's his name? Bah, I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend. Milil, more drinks. Say nothing, signal for water instead. Signal, probably water would be best. Your drink, sir? Ah, marvelous. I am parched. Parched after drinking that much. Julio gulps down the cup of water. That was water? Did you tell her to bring me water? No, that's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head will certainly thank you in the morning. I seem to have overindulged. I am put in mind of the words of Master Jalzan. Be wary how much you drink, how much of the drink you swallow, lest it swallow you. Forgive me, I will subject you to no more of these unseemly antics. If you would speak with Azama, well, as I said, we share a taste for the Mehan's fine spirits. He probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. You appear to have learned all that Jalene has to share regarding the undersea vault. To find out more, you will need to locate a man by the name of Azama. Okay. Perhaps I should find myself a new pastime. Okay. The professor was able to help you, I hope. Would seem so. There he is. Yes, I am Zama, and who might you be? All true, I am afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Alzadal's legacy. I've been watching for his sails ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. And that look in his eyes, I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Azadal III's otherworldly hoard, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you too, that appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I will tell you what my friend told me, how he convinced a merchant of the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one Zasal, I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purse was too light for its exorbitant price. With what meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the Bounty, and within those ruins hides the path to the vault deep below. If you truly intend to seek Alzadal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home. Yikes.
Please, Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness?
So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name. This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Azadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Khan, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
A map to Alzadal's legacy?
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king, boy. Your scrawny-eyed would never return with that treasure alive.
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map! Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoard they stand to uncover.
This is the con job. Oh, there's a Stinian. Oh no. No, 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 no. No, no. Estinian's terrible with coin. No.
What of you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
A fortune, you say?
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price?
No, he did buy it.
Well met, my friend. Someone is dressed for adventure. But why Thavner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping. Ruins beneath the bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
And now I've fleeced one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
You seem eager to be underway. I never took you for a treasure hunter.
Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days. I hope to do for Thavner what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove.
I wish I had a better weapon.
You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits. Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant. Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims. Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough. Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not. You are coming along, yes?
Naturally, shall we split the expenses? Shall we split
I appreciate the concern, but one thing I've learned from my time with the Sirens is how to better manage my coin purse.
Let's hope so.
Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
You'll recall I spoke of visiting Thavno at Vreetra's request. Yep. Well, he finally invited me to a feast and made his proposal once I was too full of Hunnish delights to refuse. He wishes me to train the Radiant Host in lance work. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Matsia is a fisherman by trade. Yes, we should head to Akyali and see if he can help us. Let me just hide my weapon since it's not absolutely crucial and it kind of gets in the way. Matsu's no longer... Ah, there he is. I'm hoping to hire a ship, of course, rather than buy one. My funds would not stretch quite that far. My friends, what brings you to our humble village? So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins. Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. Have you noticed our little shadow? He's been following us since we left the city. Yep. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of our way we walked so that you'd not cross paths with some wild beast? I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you, the heroes who saved Thavnir? You are. I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. I work with Saul. I have been pronouncing that right, Zashal. You see the map, merchant? It's my job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I am ashamed of what I've done and beg your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never have, well, we'd be enough. I knew your game and I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase, as it turns out, for my friend here was seeking those very ruins. You are kind to overlook the wrong I have done you. But there is more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard Zazal selling the information to another customer. He told that man where he needed to search, but search about the ruins, about the vault, about everything. Then the man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you, maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt that the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us, there is little we cannot overcome. Please, I cannot bear the thought of... Oh, great. We can invite our comrades. We might need a hand moving the treasure. Now you've gone and made him cry. I did not. That was not my intention. Oh, very well. Assuming we do find this treasure hoard, it may prove wise to have more hands along for the carrying. Any ideas on whom to approach? The signs have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. Sanko de Nuriange would be a good help. Sanko de Nuriange? Those two would answer our call certainly, but they left the Rising Stones with a definite task in mind, and I'm loath to interrupt their self-appointed mission. Alphino and Alize, are, you know, if we're going to go for one twin, might as well go for two, for the pair. Little Lord Alphino and his sister, were they not bound for Garlemald? They were, and they are there. They have far more important matters to attend to than delving for trinkets. Grahatia and Kryl. Aye, Kryl may have her hands full rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to Grahatia, he would surely leap at the invitation. Will that set your mind at ease? Yes. If that man is as strong as you, is he though? Strong, I mean. Yep. What is your name, boy? Merad, sir. Well, Merad, your life is yours to live as you will, but I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I am not proud of what I do, but what choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me Estinian. He does not like the title Sir. Even though he is still a knight, he does not like that title. Estinian is... I think he is not as gruff as he makes out to be. Nah. Friends for the road. Estinian is ready to escort Merad to safety. I shall leave you to recruit Graha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. I wonder what would have been the option if I... would the dialogue have been if I said Ishtola. As I recall, he was based in the annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Yeah, last I saw him, he was in the main hall of the annex. Let us be off to Mirad. Do me a favor and don't stray from the path. Here, Chica. Oh, look who it is. Welcome back, Myrokos. What might the students do for you? Graha? Yes, he's in the main hall with Mistress Kryle. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break. Nope.
Ah, Ojika, my good man.
Now to Chica.
Would you be so kind as to...
Whoops.
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
What are the two of you working on? How is this restoration of the students coming along?
Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We located several accounts in the archives of Numenon and added them to the collection we recovered from the Isle of Vow.
And judging by the progress we've made thus far, sorting this pile will keep us occupied for days to come. But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around?
Do you like to treasure?
The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
and you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition. I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which, I had hoped to ask for your assistance.
Uh-oh.
Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned. You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already. Have you asked anyone else to come along? Then might I suggest we invite your Stola? Ever since the Scions disbanded, she spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Google Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Sharlayan the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenon. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say. Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger.
Oh, Urianger is available.
He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like. From what I can gather, the Loperites are looking to make improvements to their own creation and wish to learn more about how we build things down here. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
I assume that's the Alliance
then it's
raid.
off to the library.
Autumn, would you pick a place to sit? My cat's trying to distract me and currently is succeeding. I need... No, not the hand. Okay. Ow. Well... When you're finished with your treasure hunt, do come back and visit me. I think you'll be very interested in this request we've received. Let me just do a double check. Because Swan, that plate. I didn't think. I thought so. Come on, Autumn. Let's go look for Istola. Let's see the map. I need to use the keyboard, Autumn. Yes, me. Okay, Numenon it is. If you don't let me use the keyboard eventually, I will have to remove you from the desk. But yeah. Until then, you can be here. And here we have Pudding Way. Guess my pudding wasn't needed to stop the final days after all, but I persevere. Once people taste it, they'll be even happier than they were before the apocalypse started. I just know it. Uh-oh. Oh no. He's fallen asleep. Well, she wasn't hard to find at least. Nope.
I've never known Y'shtola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Close my eyes for one moment. Ow!
Uh-oh.
How long have you two been here?
We just arrived. We didn't want to wake you. Catching up on some light reading.
Something to that effect. I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me. As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runa, but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me? Alzadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse.
So we have Ishtola.
Whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Achiali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Oh, Thalmazane.
Then
I can't believe I didn't go there.
And be on our way.
Oh well. Then again, he might have been helping out with the law poets. Oh dear, and the mammoths are like, and now we have to clean up this mess. Kitty. Kitty, I need my keyboard. Yes, me. No sign of Thancred. Eh? I've visited Labyrinthos on several occasions recently, but I've not set foot in Thalmazane since the day we boarded the Ragnarok. And if you board the Ragnarok right now, you can go to the Sea of Stars. To Ultinathol. I don't see Thancred anywhere. Was he not supposed to be traveling with Urianger? He was. Let's see what's going on.
Ah, our illustrious champion. Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure. I am told a new expedition is in the offing.
It's good to see you well. Wasn't Thancred with you?
He left to attend to some personal errand, but should be returning ere long.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loperids had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum have been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Cryle. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loperids now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts.
Yep, occasionally.
Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon? So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation. But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos? Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation. How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Counting Istinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross.
You're looking well. How was your pilgrimage?
Having an astrologian beside you on the road is surprisingly convenient. And it doesn't hurt that he's making strides with his light-hearted banter. In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seemed fit to gather? Beneath the waters of the Bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits.
Ah, of course. And if you have a Stinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, 'tis best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations. Till we meet again.
Dang. We're not gonna have our tank.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
I wish I had known they were here, otherwise I'd have spoken with them. The thrill of imminent adventure. I never tire of this feeling. Just imagine the possibilities. In my travels, I spied many a child wandering alone, orphans in all likelihood, though homes raised by beasts and blasphemies can be rebuilt. The void left by those we have lost cannot so easily be filled. I will pray to Sandoruba for your safe return. May the wealth of her blessings guide you to the treasure you seek. I send you to recruit Graha, and you return with an entire survey party. I hope Matsuya's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. What he means is, we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We are more than glad for the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to steer clear of the reefs in the shallows there. Okay. We will keep an eye out. I've got enough food, I think, for a little while. Despite his misgivings, I wagered Murad remains in that merchant's employ. Alzadal's legacy. Ishtala is intrigued by the legend of Alzadal III. Alzadal III. I confess I am somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? And what of the treasure he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, aye. So let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. I may do this in Duty Finder, because if you do it in Trust, you kind of need to know what to do and where to stand precisely, and I tend to have some trouble with that on the first run. So, let me just clear something. Yeah, I'm not gonna get the causalities because I'm already capped on those, but I can at least get comedies, at least a little. One can only spend so many days hunched over a desk before it begins to take its toll. A spot of vigorous exploration is exactly what I needed. I am aware that this story about an otherworldly journey may be just that, a story, but even the wildest tale often contains a few grains of truth, and that is worth investigating. The treasure vault of a satrap will surely be filled with diverse traps and devilish deterrents. Caution is paramount. No one who enters these ruins comes out alive. Well, we shall see about that. And as usual, if this queue takes too long, I'll just form a trust party and deal with it that way. Ooh, that was quick. So here we go. No, I didn't. I thought I fixed my portrait. Oh well. Hey! Don't run! I hate running. I am a black mage. I do not move. Okay, there, I got my switch cast, or my triple cast. This is also the nice thing, is like, everybody else is so quick that, I rarely have the chance to get stuff off, so that's at least somewhat nice. Well, okay. Ouch. Well, we all got hit by that. This is also why I don't do trust the first time around. Yeah, again. That's twice now. Ah, wow, that was a heck of a run around. You know, I miss the dungeons in A Realm Reborn that would give you gil for killing ads. They don't do that anymore, sadly. Interesting music here. Lots and lots of gold. Okay. The red have the ones have holes in them. What? Okay, everybody's going to green, so I guess I'll... No, not my... You can use your mouse to get far better control. Nice. Ooh. Voice lines. The still is silently brooding. What is this place? Okay, so she did have a line, just didn't trigger.
What have we here?
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Uh-oh. Varshan. Oh dear.
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our reunion. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
We could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
Sealing away what exactly? I wasn't going to touch it, but you know, Stola. Ooh, let's. Ooh. Oh.
You and I will speak later.
Not the time for frivolity, my friend. Not the time.
This something of which thou speakest, might it be some manner of threat?
Perhaps I should simply show you.
What? A void gate. Oh, Stella thrice smile.
I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
Can such a tiny portal truly be so dangerous? Yes, it can. I came here in search of something that might further my research. I did not anticipate a fully functioning void gate. Even in the learned halls of Charlene, 'tis forbidden to throw wide the gates to the abyss. The peril is far too great. I expect you have more questions. Yep. Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. That swirling emptiness, it puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes. You may now enter Al-Sadal's legacy with the party of NPC avatars. With the trust interface in the duty main menu to do that. Perhaps I might linger a touch longer. A brother's grief. Estrella is approaching the void gate with a scholarly eye. Ooh, the Heaven's Sword, or the Dragon Song music.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities. In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya. We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength.
Ooh.
I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Alag was dust, and the art to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly, they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used the simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of void scent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. 'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Radzat and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy sibling scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
I thought our time had come. I remember when Nero turned purple. Yeah.
Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether. Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the First Brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection. So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course. I wish only to forget the rest.
That's sad. Millennia have passed since I last saw her, but I see Ashtaya in memory still clear and vivid. The 13th, what chaos must consume that world. Beatrice's grief for a lost sibling will be no mystery to Estinian. His hath been a life entwined with sorrow, even before he became the host to Nidhogg's essence. I wondered how one of the first brood could simply vanish and leave no trace of her passage, and now I have my answer. So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the Guardians you have so handily destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended. Ah, my apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we would be happy to offer our assistance. That will not be necessary, much as I retain spare vessels for myself. We keep duplicate guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Radzatan. Oof. Oof. knows much about the Void Gate that I cannot begin to explain. I must convince Vitra to share everything he knows. Vitra speaks as if Azdaja is a lost cause, but a wager he feels differently in his heart of hearts. This is quite the gathering. To what do we owe the pleasure? He doesn't know. While I am loath to keep Krile waiting much longer, I cannot bring myself to leave before hearing more of Vitra's tale. It was a most enjoyable expedition, for which I am grateful. As for mine evaluation, I shall impress upon the Loporrits that a treasure vault is incomplete without daunting sentinels to test the mettle of any would-be intruders. Well, at least Urianger got something out of the trip. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but I first must attend to the matter of the vault's sentinels. As our instruments have no doubt informed you, the Kapakulu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs. Was it tomb robbers? Fiends born of the Tower of Zot? By the sisters, do not tell me a blasphemy yet, or I'm free. Oh dear. Oh no. Why such guilty faces? Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this. Oh, yeah. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. Whoops. And with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now, I believe you had questions? Quite a few, in fact, but I'd like to begin with the gate itself. It is still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemically forged lock and warded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. Huh. Smart. So much effort for such a little door. That little door of which you speak leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of void scent. And from this side, no man would be able to pass through. No man? I should think Alphino would fit, given a firm enough push. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet you succeeded in expanding this diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemists, I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which the magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Azdaja, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus the gate has lain dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the cloud of darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it is possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another void sent, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the bounty gate. Mayhap you could resume the search for your sister. As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. I had meant to ask what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place. To see if the legends were true. It was all Estinian's idea. To see if the legends were true. As you've seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin, but I am afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding to that trove for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it, that it might alleviate my people's suffering. Then we are of one mind. We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? Yep. Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You are most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in thy study, but the Loporrits will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. And I must be off to Charlian as well. Mistress Quile was eager to speak with you about that request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you are able. Farewell for now. We can discuss my findings once I return. You'll not be rid of me so easily. You may now undertake the Chronicles of a New Era quest series, Myths of the Realm. Speak with a fresh-faced student at the Baldezian Annex to accept the first quest. Ah, okay. I hope you enjoyed the expedition at least, otherwise it was a heavy purse to pay for a treasure map leading to a treasure we couldn't keep. Yeah, and you spent that coin. The difficult part in all this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance with these deliberations? Of course, anything to make up for the constructs we broke. Then think of your employment as recompense. Serve me as guest advisors, and I will consider the broken constructs paid for in full. Myrokos and I are in this together. I will follow his example. Meanwhile, elsewhere, wherever elsewhere is, wherever this is. Huh. I sensed the breach of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side. It was thrown open from the other. I too felt it. A rare occurrence, yes, but such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have awaited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. Yet we must not underestimate he who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. Ah, let him come. I will drown the world and watch this fleshling gasp for breath in his final moments. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Think back on our struggles beneath the sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. 'Tis time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. Okay. I hope you enjoyed the expedition at least. Okay, I already read that. Sharing the wealth. Roshan wishes to discuss the distribution of the treasure. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Myrokos, you are to pay a visit to Akiali and Yadlamad, speak with Matsya and his people, and listen to their grievances. Estinian, I bid you do the same at Palakistan. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant Skull grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Megaduta. No, I don't want to change home destination. I must not have clicked that, okay. Oh yes, Matsuya is by the boat. Well, Myrokos, I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished with the boat then? Yeah. Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Kazal's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can. I liked leaving the selling to Kazal. I could just catch the fish and not have to talk people into eating them. The junk monger who tried to sell 3 mango lassies for like 2 million gil or something like that. Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit to Thavnir, then you must try my special Amar lassi. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally I part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil. But for you, I'm willing to settle for as low as 10,000. You'd be practically stealing it from me. Stealing at that price? You're the only thief around here. Still not turning this profit these days. I am not a Stenian. Times are harsh, my friend. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sisters, spare me. We might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices, I tell you. If I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that the danger has passed, certainly, but no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add to that the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Kazal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done. God's rest his soul. You have spoken with key local figures and gained an understanding of the populace's hardships. Varshan awaits your report at Megaduta. It would seem my stint on Vidra's back did not go unnoticed. I couldn't take 2 steps before another Hunnish local was thanking me profusely for saving their home. Okay. Ah, my advisor's return. I just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling to say the least, and there are few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palakistan were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yadlamad. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs, for the most part. Palakistan has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant skull to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thavner has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade so that we might begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akyali and Yedlamad? Much the same, surviving. They have fish to feed themselves, but nowhere to sell it. And the consortium that once existed in Yedlamad is no more, so trade is non-existent. I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch, which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedlamad. I am reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea, and the beasts sunk when the beasts sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale, repeated over and over, so many lives lost. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not. Myrokos, Estinian, I will consider their perspectives, the perspectives you brought me, and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries.
I thank you for your attendance. The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Al-Zadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Kalzal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Taxes, levy them on trade profits in exchange for investment. It takes a village.
I see. We create a reliable source of revenue. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
Something with Kalzal seems appropriate. Why not honor one of your most successful merchants?
A fitting candidate. Kalzal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavnair, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Murad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
Me too. Preacher is moving to his role as satrap. Clearly, all those years behind the curtain were not spent napping. Oh, yeah. Bridging the rift, the veteran Radiant wishes to share his gratitude. Thank you for putting forth Kalzal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Ishtala. She asks that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood. Thank you. Ishtala must have finished her study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say then? I'll go with you. I thought the satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Ahewan assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. And I am curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish, allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. You can find your way to the High Crucible, I trust. I must rejoin my unit and assist with bringing the city's orphans under our care. The one who claims it is too late to save his sister. Victor seems awfully interested in whatever revelations Y'shtola might have to share. Shall we hear what your scholarly comrade has to say?
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first. You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many Voidsent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power.
Ooh, Tamtar Deepcroft.
To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain exarch dragged us to the First. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th. Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the Void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the Source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the Source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Yep.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
Sounds like a typical Tuesday.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
Now Ian, so much for taking it easy.
I had a feeling you might say that. Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands. That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single Void Scent will be allowed to threaten Radzat, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daemir was overseeing the project.
Daemir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daemir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
Back to Charlene. With the restricted section of Numenon, with Gohatia's favorite place to sneak around with what?
Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves. I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Myrad and tell him about the Khalzal Foundation.
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
Why did my umbrella... Oh, it's raining. It was weird that the umbrella opened up indoors. But if it's raining, then... And actually, let me change my glam just a little bit. Wee bit. I want to change the glamour plate. While I have the chance. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, while I'm here, just collect retainers. Actually, let me... There we go. There's the fresh-faced student, but I'll get to him later. If we are to enter Numenon's restricted archives with a minimum of fuss, then we must secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind? What of Scholar Monteshane? He did come to Graha's defense during the inquiry, after all. 'Tis settled. Let us head to the phenomenon and see if he is willing to help us once more. Mr. is now accompanying you. If your service shall accompany you again, blah blah blah. Okay. This hopefully, yep. I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7 and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had the chance to attend the studium. Neither did Thancred, as I recall. Soon after Master Louisois took him in off the street, he was put in the care of another Archon. His was a rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. I sometimes wonder what my life might have been like had I pursued studies here instead. So, Tia at the last stand after a day of lectures? Should I wonder as well? Oh, that does sound lovely. Afternoons with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Matoya for the world. The dank cave I studied in was about as far from the bright, airy halls of academia as one could get, but it was a wondrous, magical childhood nonetheless. Huh. If I was pressed to name our allies in the Forum, Scholar Monteshane would certainly be at the top of the list. Hopefully he agrees to aid us with our request. Well, look who it is. Visitors and quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusion, Scholar, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives. Oh, no furtive forays into the stacks this time, eh? No. I applaud this newfound sense of propriety, yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Daemir has lain dormant in Charlene's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void? That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I've heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future, and yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Marvelous! An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and wherefores, I for one do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason to present your request for the forum's consideration. Although your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Fortuno, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Fortuno on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well, we will pay a visit to the Leviure estate and plead our case. One last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager, so if you could see your way into indulging an old man's curiosity. Of course, Scholark, we will be sure to pass on any revelations. The forum can be a cantankerous beast. One needs a persuasive voice to get it moving in the desired direction. Montaigne seemed optimistic, but I doubt convincing Fortuno to champion our cause will be as simple as showing up on his doorstep. Master Myrokos, Mistress Istola, how may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Fortuno. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the Master is in residence. I shall inform him he has guests. Well, Emilians would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. If you have some manner of import to discuss, then pray proceed. You have my full attention. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Gallic Monteshane expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you will not attempt to circumvent the Forum's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister, she was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed into the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people, yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing of his heart. 'Tis no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. As one who feared losing his own loved ones and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. The Forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Baldesian Annex. The matter is out of our hands. All that remains is to return to the Annex and await word of the Forum's decision. Please do come again. We are always glad to receive such close companions of the twins. Welcome, welcome. I was just thinking of you. You will stop by when time permits. Yes, I've grown quite accustomed to your visitations, and it puts my heart at ease to see that you are well. I'll have to cast a glamour on her another time. I wonder what the dialogue would have been like if I had casted glamour on her sooner. So, what did the Forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Murtaria has burned some bridges here in Charlene and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms, I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen— oh, he spoke against us? Why did Fortuno speak against us when he pledged himself basically to speak in favor? That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I am sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor and bid you good day. Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising, aye, but that very stoicism is exactly what Charlene needed to guide it through not one but two exoduses. If I were but 5 years younger, I'd cast aside my lectern and join you on your adventures in a heartbeat. That's nice to know. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding House Daymir's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. I'd like to set out as soon as you are ready. Okay, restricted reading. Monteshane is waiting to offer you further instructions. You'll be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume? You presume correctly. Then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Oh, it was a pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? Michelle is accompanying you, blah blah blah. Any speech bubbles? There is a speech bubble inside the library. Pudding way. Not sure researching cooking in Charlene is the best recourse. To think the set of instructions I laughingly imagined me actually exist but yalms away from where you found me napping. If I had known Alzadal III's exploits sooner, I could well have saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom, a lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. Archon Ishtola and guest. I'm just labeled a guest? Rude. Identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Yes. Yes, we do. Follow me if you would. Watch your step. And please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. Okay. And what of clothed flames? Oh, it's the library from the trailer. Or the library room from the trailer. This is where Graha was when he got caught. And I can see how some of these stacks are.
His notes are to be found anywhere. It will be here. Let us begin.
And the use of it was here, and the use of the Great Google Library music is a good callback. So many books I've yet to read. Yes, we are here for one specific volume. You needn't remind me. Let's see, is this it? Oh, there are steps. We can go up. Today in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren, eyes blazing not with hunger but trembling like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential, insignificant even. All that matters is that is the love I feel for this exquisite, transcendent being. Though you are tempted to read more, this does not seem to be the volume you are seeking. Weighty tome. Leather-bound log. In the year 1564, the Sixth Astral Era, the Amalja summoned Ifrit, their patron god. Accounts describe the being as gigantic lizard-like, being with a potent command of fire-aspected magics. If you consider that primal summoning is an act fueled by faith and prayer, it is unsurprising, if not expected, that the resulting deiform entity should manifest the appearance and powers with which it is attributed by its worshippers. What then might emerge from the ether should one who believes in an almighty omniscience attempt the same ritual? Would the scholar himself grace us with his presence? Some other embodiment of divine sagacity? Could this man-made god truly be all-knowing? If it were, whence would such knowledge arise? I myself have many questions concerning the nature of the ancient world. With no spell to transport me back to the days of old, could I instead summon a being possessed of encyclopedic wisdom of every age? Yet with, well, I can travel back to the past. Yet with no means to verify its pronouncements, how could one be certain they were true? Though your mind spins with the possibilities discussed therein, this does not seem to be the volume you are seeking. Is there anything else up here? The following pages detail in advance epiphanies of House Daemir. Okay, found it. The following pages detail an advanced method for manipulating rifts spanning apertures as devised by Nuhashan, the 9th Patriarch of House Daemir. We present these research notes to the faculty of Charlene's Studium as both a token of our friendship and an expression of our boundless admiration. You appear to have located the forbidden volume you seek. Estrella will need to make the final confirmation. What other knowledge is in here? All of these books. Ah, yes, and here's the lectern thing that Graha was standing at. Yeah. Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies, I flipped open a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents. Epiphanies of House Daimir, a forbidden research log detailing an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Nuashan, 9th Patriarch of the House Daimir. Well done, Myrokos. I think you may have found our prize.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Daimir's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about. Among the ranks of the Void Sent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. A talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon Void Sent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Daimir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves. Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
Congratulations on locating the object of your search. Please move along. As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hanash alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daimir project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass our regards to the forum. Pass on our regards to the forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled, security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, so we can go back in. If anyone can help us, Nadana can. I say we return to Thavnair and look for her at the Great Work. Can I actually go back in? No! You just said we could go back in! Great. Now on to the Great Work. All these sallow, sleep-deprived faces, but their eyes still burn with fiery zeal. Some things never change. Stola tells me you are pursuing a most fascinating study, and that you want me to be a part of it? Yep. I have no doubt you will be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Will it now? Why, the sisters. This is the mark of House Daimir. I never knew such a work existed. You should. It was sequestered in Numenon's restricted archives, after all. It was, but that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden term filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand? I can hardly wait to read it. Yep. To think the Daimir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder. Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new mock Atomos? I say yes, 1,000 times yes. Work on a Daimir project that had even the redoubtable scholars of Sharlayan trembling in their sandals. No alchemist of the Great Work could resist. You are a woman after my own heart. Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big-mouthed simulacrum once we've built it? I'll open a hole to the void so we can travel through. So there's a secret void gate. And it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself. I think manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you would want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly once we've finished gathering the components I require. Charlene's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals, but I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. For such a liquid, you need go no further than the font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favored the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of ether. That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vritra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We meet back here anon. There's no greater joy than having a new puzzle to ponder. Yep. I hit the wrong button there. Nishtala requested that I join you, but of her plans she offered scant detail. Oh, I forgot to mention, the Font of Maya attracts aggressive wildlife and you should watch out for them. You go when you go there next time. My apologies. The boy Merad was glad to hear the news of the Foundation. It means a new life for him and his sister. Do you have a flask for me? Yep. Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Myrokos. Yep, you're welcome. Void Theory. Stola is eager to depart for the vault. Look who I came across. Estinian seemed in need of diversion, and we, in turn, may have need of his lance. Right then, now that our little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matsuya's boat again? Not this time. Once Ishtola informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akyali. Your Excellency is ever the gracious host. Shall we? Tis likely not needed with Vitra along, but I held on to the map against chance we might return to the ruins. Onto the boat, if you please. We can chat on the way there. All this time, I thought the tales of Alzadal's horde were no more than drunken sailors' fancies. You need not keep your weapons close at hand. The Guardians will not attack if I am present, so I pray you leave them be. The ship is yours to command. Our thanks. We set sail at once. Oh, this is exciting. Alzadal's legacy, to see the truth of a legend with mine own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. Well, here we are. I thought we cleared this place of constructs the last time we came through. 'Twould seem a few stragglers remained. Oh, he didn't. He laid waste to them ere I could utter a single word. Yep. Poor Vitra, he really should have spoken with Istinian before we left. I shudder to think what we've cost them in terms of construct materials. Istinian blowing them to bits.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts.
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Might as well go myself, say nothing and look meaningfully at Estinian, and maybe send a familiar. Well, if it were me, I'd probably go myself.
And how would you do that? The gate is still too small for any of us to pass through.
Estinian is correct, which is why I've elected to send a familiar in our stead. Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born. Water, froth and fire!
Oh! Froth and foam.
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
Oh, she made the Nixie.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve as well.
And now we have Matoya's erect.
And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nadana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
I always am. Often sorry, could not resist.
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know. Let us begin, shall we? Nixies, into the void.
Every time I come here, it reminds me of that dark portal above the Crystal Tower and the final lash of Estaya's tail as she plunged into the void. We need to wait for a time to ensure a meaningful result. Be patient and keep watch for any intruders. I struggle to picture Stola as a little girl. Easier to believe she sprang fully formed from one of Master Matoya's cauldrons. Yeah, believe that if you will. Sister, save me. I will never see you, Stola, the same way again. Froth and foam, indeed. Yes.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side. Thank you, little one. You did well.
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
We're out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
They're coming through!
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct, then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. we may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Una Kalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus. The champions of that ill-fated world used a stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition? I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could, if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Seeing the Void's terrors firsthand was an experience, but I doubt fear of such creatures is at the root of Vritra's hesitation. A satrap's duty. Ishtarla ponders the next stage of your preparations to enter the Void. Once Nadana succeeds in replicating the mock Atomos, the door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I have no interest in visiting the void myself. Might we discuss this later? There's something I must do first. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had a good reason for not wanting to explain my Nexi ritual. Shall we proceed with our other preparations? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the void's influence for a prolonged length of time. And I think that is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant and busy alchemists who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Garland Ironworks, the Allegans? I'm not sure. Garland Ironworks. An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Set himself is no stranger to the void and its volatile energies. With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Come, let us visit their operation in Myrokos Reach and commission their best and brightest. Oh, no need to teleport, just instantly there. Nice. Though I still have to unlock, Savage, for Omega. Perhaps this young man can locate Sid for us. Myrokos, what brings you to the Ironworks? We have a commission for you and your president, actually, assuming he's available. Master Sid, certainly, I'll see if he has a moment free. Pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading into the void to find a lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after Meteon and that bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. It seems some manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on its surface, much as the void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds. In this case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity so as not to impede the talisman's primary functions. A suit of armor, as you said. Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. The hard part will be ducking Jussie and her constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. I think we can leave the rest in Thid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nidana is getting on with the mock Atomos. The insatiable curiosity of our alchemists has ever amazed me, though I've largely left them to their own devices since we opened the gate together. I hope Nidana has good news for us. Me too.
Estola! The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components. And I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial Atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Sir Estinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan! You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
To protect them all. Ooh.
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzatan. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavnair for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
What? Someone needed to give that boy a good talking to? You don't suppose I'll be reprimanded, do you? I did just yell at the satrap. I will not squander this chance you have given me. I will find Ajdaya. Convincing the others to follow their hearts is not my forte. I would have gladly let our more philosophical comrades take the lead had they been here. We'll have that uttermost built before you know it. When a project like this comes along, we give it our full, undivided attention. Sleep? Who needs it? Oh, that reminds me, I really should finish that other project I was working on for His Excellency. You surprise me, Estinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vritra reach this conclusion. Was for the greater good, the worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and had travelers believing the palace racked by some unnatural storm. Oh my. What of your own answer then? You seemed disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage, and the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Radotaskar's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vritra that pain, then I will follow. An unusual crew we have here. Any other former scions we should call on? Just the four of us? I'd rather not bother our comrades with aught less than a dire threat to the star. We four should be sufficient for our purpose. Now on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan, as such, is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. It would be more convenient had we some manner of base camp nearer the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduta. Okay, so nothing there. And yeah, okay. I was put up in a guest room in the palace while I awaited my audience with Vritra. I expect we'll be given the use of something similar. Conducting our expedition out of the Rising Stones would raise just as many questions as recruiting too many scions. At least here in Razzathan, we might be expected to appear road weary from our local explorations. And so we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried out of the vault. One of the Foundation's activities, once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. As you've heard, we will have you settled in Megaduta in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Ajdaya. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nadana. If you've preparations to make our reventure unto the 13th, now is the time. All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, Myrokos, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience, for you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. This I know. Can never have enough critical hit. Meanwhile, in the 13th... That's a Reaper Void Scent. Oh, it's Venus' Void Scent.
And thus I am returned. To this world, bereft of soothes.
And with that, 6.1 MSQ is complete. If you liked what you saw at any point, please like, share, and subscribe on YouTube. Give me a follow on Twitch, hit the notification bells, and I will see you anon, friends.